Check 1, 2, mic check.
Yes, it works.
get started. All right, the committee will come to order. We're continuing our tour of the Longworth House Office Building. This day, I think we are in the full committee, Natural Resources Committee room. Last week was a subcommittee room, so get some ideas, I guess. We are meeting this morning to consider the committee's views and estimates of the federal budget for the fiscal year 2016, as well as 3 tax bills within the committee's jurisdiction. We will consider each bill individually with a separate opening statement and a walkthrough for each. Unlike last week, because we don't have a scheduling issue, we'll proceed based upon regular order, where we do walkthrough, amendments, vote, and then proceed to the next bill. The first order of business is the committee's views and estimates of the federal budget for fiscal year 2016. I will wait to make any opening statements when we consider the tax bills being marked up. At this time, I'd like to recognize Mr. Levin, or his designee, for any statements on the view and estimates letter. Mr. Levin.
A new button every time.
I know, exactly.
What's next meeting? Do you know where we'll be?
I have no idea.
We had trouble finding this. We
all?
went to Ag, and there was another meeting there. So, Mr. Chairman, you have no opening statement?
Correct.
On estimates. I do. We're going to send a separate letter, and I just want to outline briefly why we want to send a separate letter. Our budget needs to be based on an honest assessment of the strong economic recovery happening right now. Just over the last 3-month period, we've experienced the best hiring stretch in 17 years. In 2014, our economy added over 3 million jobs. The unemployment rate fell below 6%, and our budget deficit has already been reduced by 2/3 since 2009. As the President's budget illustrates, we are now in a position to make prudent investments and still be able to start paying down our national debt in the near future. Still, on the Republican side, there's a refusal to acknowledge the strong, sustained economic recovery that's underway, perhaps because there was opposition to key actions that contributed to it, like the Recovery Act, the aid to the auto industry, the extension of emergency unemployment benefits, and enactment of the Affordable Care Act. And it impeded and slowed when the manufacturing crisis occurred, like the government shutdown that was brought up, and repeated threats to default on our debt for the first time in U.S. history. We have far more work to do to strengthen our middle class and ensure that all Americans share in the prosperity created by economic growth. And we hope to work with Republicans to find and act on common ground, whether it be promoting fair trade, reforming our tax code to make it simpler and fairer for American workers and families, or ensuring that American workers receive the Social Security and Medicare benefits they've earned. So that's our statement. I have an additional one, and I'd like to place this in the record.
Without objection. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the views and estimates, which was shared in advance with the minority. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. My understanding is that we will have no amendments to the committee's views and estimates of the federal budget for the fiscal year 2016. I would now like to recognize Mr. Johnson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report the committee's views and estimates of the federal budget for fiscal year 2016.
Question is on favorably reporting the views and estimates. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Motion is agreed to. The committee's views and estimates of the federal budget of 2016 are ordered favorably reported. Without objection, I ask the staff be authorized to make any technical and conforming changes to the views and estimates. Before I turn to the 3 tax bills in front of us, I will give a general opening statement. Then I'm going to recognize the ranking member for his opening statement, and then we'll begin proceeding to each bill separately. So we're here to work on 3 bills today. The point of each of these 3 bills is to make people's lives easier. It's to give them more certainty about the future. All 3 deal with the tax code. There's the state and local sales tax deduction. There's the R&D credit. We'll make both of these permanent. That would let businesses and families plan for the future without any fear of expirations or extensions or what have you that has been plaguing us for too long. But I want to single out one bill for special attention, and that's the one that is offered by Congresswoman Jenkins. This bill would expand the use of 529 college savings plans. These are great tools that families use to save for college. They reward people for investing in our kids' future, and they deserve our full support. Now, what this bill would do is it would bring the law up to date with reality. We'd let families use their plans to pay for equipment like computers and software. These things are no longer nice-to-haves anymore. These things are must-haves. And we'd give families more flexibility to deal with things like college refunds and account withdrawals. The point of all of this, as I said, is to give people more control over their future. And I have to admit I was dismayed when the president proposed that we tax these plans. I know that the president dropped his proposal, but it's not just the policy that's the problem, it's the principle. He wanted to tax these plans so that he could create another government program. He wanted to make saving for college more expensive. We want to strengthen and expand these important tools so that college education is closer in reach for all American families. So I want to thank Congresswoman Jenkins, and I want to thank Congressman Brady for their hard work on these bills, and I want to thank all of our members for their hard work on this particular issue. And with that, I'd like to recognize, for any general opening statement he might have, the ranking member, Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to address all three bills to try to expedite this, and perhaps there'll be further comment as to each of them. Today we face something old, something new, and something borrowed, but they all beg the same questions. The debate is not about the value of these provisions. Of course, we support the R&D tax credit, and we support the deduction for those who live in states with no state income tax. We have been long supporters, have introduced legislation, and voted to preserve these benefits. The real questions are these. Is the Republican majority on this committee going to be serious about tax reform? Is it going to be serious about bipartisanship? Is it going to be serious about fiscal responsibility? Unfortunately, on all three, the answer now is no, maybe later. We are back to where we were last year and last week, passing unpaid for permanent individual tax cuts. As to tax reform, this bill does just the opposite. It cherry picks provisions. It does the opposite of handling permanency through tax reform, as Chairman Camp did last year. Senate Republicans agreed last week. Senator Roy Blunt said, and I quote, "As long as the Finance Committee feels there's an opportunity for overall tax reform, I think you're going to not see a quick response to individual bills coming over," end of quotes. The danger in taking these bills individually is seen in the handling of the state and local tax provision. Chairman Camp eliminated it in his tax reform of 2014, and we made clear then as we considered tax reform, we would keep it. And when you deal with these provisions individually, it heightens the perils of inconsistency. The Republicans are suggesting making permanent, without offsetting the cost, this provision on local and state sales taxes, even though our chairman said recently that he supported its total elimination. As to bipartisanship, our chairman said a week ago that as to tax reform, he supported looking for common ground on common aspects. This is the opposite of that approach. Republicans do not seek common ground when they act on bills that the administration said last year that it would urge the president to veto, a threat that has already been repeated on the permanent tax revisions Republicans are putting on the floor this week, today and tomorrow. As to fiscal responsibility, the answer by the Republican majority is also clearly no. With today's bills, the total added to the deficit is up to $317 billion, well on its way toward the more than $800 billion that the committee voted to add to the deficit with the 14 permanent unpaid-for provisions passed last year. Chairman Camp's approach was fiscally responsible. This, again, is the opposite. On the 529 education savings accounts changes, we are supportive of these technical changes that would reinstate the technology expenses permitted in 2009 and 2010 and allow any college refunds to be reinvested back into one's account within 60 days. We will offer to pay for these improvements, costing $51 million, by capping the availability of the 529 benefit so it is only available to families with an income of less than $3 million. At the end of the day, we should keep in mind that this tax-saving program is used by only 3% of American families. While this committee does not have full jurisdiction over education, we should take seriously our responsibility to join in addressing the college affordability crisis gripping our country. And that's precisely what the President has attempted in his budget, including how he initially handled 529. Tuition is going up. State investments are going down, and I might suggest that each of us look at what's happening in our states as to the state role in funding higher education. The federal grants programs are covering a much smaller portion of tuition, and our young adults are bearing the burden. 40 million student loan borrowers have more than $1 trillion in outstanding debt, and the average debt of a 2013 college graduate was $27,300. At the same time, the gap in bachelor degree attainment between the nation's richest and poor students by age 24 has doubled during the last 4 decades. I'm afraid we have not made a real dent in that problem today, and I hope that we will give it our full attention that it truly deserves in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The next order of business is a bill introduced by Ms. Jenkins and Mr. Kine to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to improve 529 plans. Ms. Jenkins, you are now recognized for an opening statement on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased that the committee is marking up H.R. 529 today. I don't have one.
See if you can get somebody else's. Maybe Mr. Shaw can send his over your way.
Sorry. I'm pleased we're marking up H.R. 529 today. Congressman Kind and I have been working on legislative initiatives to enhance and strengthen 529 college savings plans for 3 Congresses now. So this represents the culmination of a lot of hard work on a very important issue. 529 college saving plans enjoy immense popularity among families. Currently, 12 million account holders can select from a variety of investment vehicles that allow them to choose how they will save their money in order to manage the ever-inflated cost of higher education. I have no doubt that the changes to 529 plans that the committee is considering today will only make these plans more attractive when saving for higher education expenses, resulting in more American families setting aside money for higher education expenses. Yeah. This legislation will make 3 important changes to current law that will help families get the most out of their hard-earned 529 savings. First, the bill will allow the purchase of a computer to be considered a qualified expense of a 529. Computers are an essential part of higher education this day and age. A Pew Research Center report in 2011 found that a vast majority of undergraduate, graduate, and community college students use some sort of computer to fully participate in the college experience that now features online courses, classwork and e-textbooks. This is just a common sense modernization measure. Secondly, the underlying bill and Chairman Ryan's substitute amendment will remove distribution aggregation requirements, which are an outdated burden on 529 plan administrators. When 529 college savings plans were originated back in 1996, the funds were taxed before they were deposited into the account and then taxed a second time when they were distributed to pay for higher education expenses. At that time, it made sense for plan administrators to aggregate accounts for beneficiaries with multiple 529 accounts in order to determine the taxable dollars dispersed among the accounts. However, the law has changed. Back in 2001, it was made permanent in '06, so that 529 savings are only taxed once before they are put into the 529 account. The only taxable funds at disbursement are for non-qualified expenses. According to a GAO report from 2012, that has the most recent data on the topic, non-qualified distributions from 529 plans only made up 5.3% of total distributions in 2010. So in light of the past changes to tax treatment of 529 plans, it's no longer making any sense for plan administrators to aggregate these accounts for tax purposes. It represents an undue burden which could potentially raise the administrative cost of operating these plans. And finally, the underlying bill and Chairman Ryan's substitute amendment will allow a student who receives a refund on any 529 qualified expenses to redeposit those funds into their 529 in a timely manner without penalty. Refunds of $529 could happen for any number of reasons. A student may withdraw from a certain course, it may receive a scholarship offer or other financial aid after their 529 plans have already been used, or may have to withdraw from school because of an illness. Whatever the reason, subjecting these funds to a penalty works against the spirit of 529 college savings plans, and this bill will correct it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I encourage all of my colleagues to support H.R. 529 and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Levin or his designee for an opening statement on the bill.
A number of our colleagues on the Democratic side have comments on this, but let me yield to Mr. Davis, who's been working hard on this issue, for our opening statement, and then, Mr. Chairman, you'll call on Mr. Doggett and others who want to speak on this. So I'll yield to Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Levin. We know that low and moderate income families have a harder time saving for college because they have less extra cash available to put away in a savings account. A number of states are doing amazing and innovative things to help lower income families save for college. When I ask them what else we could do to help these families save more, they tell me two key things would substantially enhance savings. One, letting low-income taxpayers take advantage of the Savers Credit, and two, allowing employers to match up to $600 a year in 529 contributions. I think these are excellent provisions, and they don't cost much money, only about $3 billion. I actually wish I had them in a bill, but they are being championed by Representatives Jenkins and Kine, just as the current 529 bill before the committee. I think the employer match is an especially promising tool to improve college savings by lower-income Americans because it adds $600 a family that they didn't have for college before they can grow and support education over a period of time. I'm surprised that these provisions are not included in the bill before us today. These provisions are needed because the savings data show that 529 savings have dropped tremendously since 2009. From 2005 to 2009, around 60% of accounts saw contributions. However, in the last few years, the account contributions have been closer to 45%. I truly hope that our committee will consider these provisions as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 529. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with the green sheet explaining it, Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and consider base text for the purpose of the amendment. I will now turn to Tom Barthold, Chief of Staff to the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of substitute, and I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation. Then let's have questioning. Mr. Barthold, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Ryan, members of the committee. The members have before them two documents, JCX 38 and JCX 39, which describe the underlying bill and the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute. HR 529 makes three substantive changes to present law. First, as noted in your opening remarks, it permits computer technology, internet access as qualified higher education experiences. This is a provision that's similar to that which prevailed during the years 2009-2010. Secondly, in the calculation of earnings that might possibly be subject to tax because the distribution is not expended on qualified higher education expenditures, the legislation provides that the tax would be calculated on a distribution by distribution, that is basically an account by account basis rather than aggregating across all accounts. And then thirdly, designated beneficiaries may recontribute refunded tuition amounts within 60 days on a tax-free basis. That includes my presentation. The estimated budgetary effects are included in the documents that were provided to the members. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Barthold? There being no further questions, are there any amendments to the amendment of the nature of the substitute?
You've got me down to...
Don't you have an amendment? Gentleman's recognized from
Mr.
Texas.
Chairman, I don't have an amendment, but I would like to be heard against the bill at the appropriate time.
Gentleman may strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. You know, 529s have been very good for our family. We have three little granddaughters from 4 to 9, and working with their parents, we set up 529s and make contributions to them almost every year and have made substantial progress toward the soaring cost of their future higher education. We've got our first grandson coming this summer, and we've already talked to his parents about getting all the papers lined up so that within a month of his birth we can make our first contribution to those 529s. But as I studied the report about 529s from the Government Accountability Office, I found out that very few families in America are able to make use of 529s. We have gotten beyond the 1%. In fact, it's about 3% of American families who use 529s. And there are not many people who have a salary below that of a member of Congress that make effective use of 529s. I agree 100% with Chairman Ryan that quote, we need to make people's lives easier. I just think that there are some people in America that I represent who I'd like to make their lives easier, and this is not the way to do it. Indeed, as we recognize the incredible gap between those who've got and those who don't in this country, 529s, those who use them have about 25 times the median financial assets of those who do not use them. And a study by the Tax Policy Center last year found that these accounts, said they found little evidence that these accounts impact college enrollment or completion. And I think that's because just as in our family, even if we didn't have 529s, we'd find some way, and their parents would find some way to try to assure that our grandchildren get a college education. We know also from recent reports that America is the only advanced country in the entire world that consistently spends more on educating in the elementary and secondary system, spends more on educating wealthy kids than on poor kids. The University of Pennsylvania and the Pell Institute for the Study of Opportunity in Higher Education also recently released a study about the tremendous gap that exists in our colleges between those who are fortunate economically, that are economically advantaged, and those that are not as to who completes a college education. So while 529s may be an appropriate way to help people like me, other members of Congress, and people that have been fortunate economically in our country, and I'm not against them. It's just that they are very incomplete. And to pick out this one provision at a time when we have the possibility that our Pell Grants to help disadvantaged students will be subject to sequestration, where we've already seen a cut in those grants, and to pick out this one portion of the tax code while ignoring the American Opportunity Tax Credit that I, along with other colleagues on the Democratic side, were successful in adding to the Economic Recovery Act, assures that the people we are helping are not those that perhaps need help the very most in order to complete a college education. We have a proposal to make the American Opportunity Tax Credit permanent, and to improve its coordination with Pell Grants, and to increase the refundability. And that will do far more if our goal is an educated workforce, a competitive workforce in the future, and if our goal is to make all people's lives easier and give them an opportunity to get a college education, then the American Opportunity Tax Credit is the way to go, and that's where this committee ought to be focused. It has the support of the American College, a whole string of groups, of American educational groups, the American Education Council, Association of Community Colleges, the Council for Christian Colleges, and other groups, Hispanic Association of Colleges. So if we're going to focus on reducing taxes, let's do something about the tax bill for working families, for middle-class families, so that their children also will have an opportunity to get a higher education, and not, as this committee too often does, focus on the 1% or the 3% as to how we can provide them more tax advantages to get laptop computers or whatever they've advanced to in the future, and ignore the education needs of so many other members of our society. Thank you.
Time for the gentleman has
Yield back.
expired. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've been happy to partner with Ms. Jenkins on this legislation. I thank her for her leadership, but these are just 3 technical changes that are being made to the 529 accounts. Long overdue, very common sense proposals. The allowance of computer expenses, for instance, the removing the distribution reporting requirements, allowing the redeposit of qualified funds back into the accounts. But I also share what the concern that Ms. Doggett was raising, and the inability for us to democratize these 529 accounts in a more meaningful way. I mean, the 3% participation rate is way too low. Yet these are accounts being set up state by state, each with different variations to it. I think we all need to be thinking a little bit harder of how we can further the education about the availability of these accounts and make this more available to lower and middle class families, whether it's an employer match proposal that Mr. Davis has or some other incentive to get lower income families to fully participate in the growth of these earnings for their higher education expenses with their children. That makes sense. But I also think, and I think if we're honest with ourselves, that we as a committee have a responsibility of looking at the longer-term unfunded liabilities that we face as a nation and doing a better job of means testing, whether it's tax expenditures that exist in the code now or other entitlement programs. We know that this is where we're ultimately going to have to end up if we're going to get a grip on the unfunded liabilities that we face, especially with the explosion of entitlement costs. And I think the 529 plan should also be further means tested, and I think it's an amendment that Mr. Davis speaks to today that I will be supporting as a way to pay for the $50 million cost that this bill does entail, according to the JCT estimate. But I think as far as the technical corrections that are being made here, there's not much controversy surrounding it. But we do need to, back to Mr. Doggett's point, be thinking a little bit harder of how we can democratize not only these plans, but other plans for the affordability of higher education. I know in the state of Wisconsin itself, the typical undergraduate's looking at about $28,000 worth of debt by the time they finish their 4-year undergraduate career. That's a deep financial hole for these children and the lives that they're just starting to find themselves in. Unfortunately, we have a governor right now in Wisconsin that's not making it any easier. In a previous biennium budget, he called for $1.2 billion worth of cuts to higher education. In the recent budget that he submitted last week, calls for an additional $300 million worth of cuts to higher education while freezing tuition. And that is going to affect accessibility. That is going to affect the retention and the recruitment of the talent that we want. And if there's one shining star that we've had in Wisconsin that has given us a competitive advantage, it's been a top-notch University of Wisconsin system that I fear is in great jeopardy today, and it has to be addressed. Higher education is going to be a premium for the jobs that are being created in the 21st century global economy. The 529s, I think, have been an effective tool for those that can utilize them, but we've got to be thinking more creatively of how we can expand that opportunity through a greater public education campaign or other incentives to get some funds into the cuts, these accounts for lower income families. So I'm supporting the legislation. I'm going to support Mr. Davis's amendment that pays for this legislation today, and hopefully we can move forward on these technical corrections. I yield
Thank you.
back.
Mr. Becerra, do you seek to strike the last word?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think it's important, again, to lay this out, as I think our colleagues on both sides of the aisle have, and that is that anytime we can do something to help some child go on to college, I think we all have to be for that. And any family that's trying to do that, that can be helped in some way, whether it's through receiving a scholarship for a kid who really worked hard in getting up to the point of getting accepted to college and therefore got an academic scholarship, excellent. To the degree that we could do federal grants through the Pell program, which has helped a lot of families, including me personally, get through college, excellent. The financial aid that we provide through low-interest loans, excellent. And 529s are another way that we try to help families find a way to be able to save and then send their children on to college. All good. But if we look at what's happening in America today, the difficulty is this. Most families, like those probably of the members sitting at this dais, aren't the ones that are hurting when it comes to sending their kids to college. My three daughters, my wife and I opened up a 529 for each of our daughters. And we have invested in their education, and 2 are now in college, and the 3rd is getting close. I'm going to put as much away as I can for my kids, and I'll take advantage of every opportunity, including a 529, to do so. The reality is most American families can't do this. 3% of American families are doing this. And it's not the middle-class families that are mostly doing this. And it wasn't my parents who were doing this, who were working class but not middle class. That doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that at this stage, the focus is wrong. Before we start expanding the opportunities within 529s for the 3% of families who use this, we should figure out a way to make it so that 529s can be used by all American families, certainly by middle-class families that find the squeeze of not being poor enough to be able to qualify for subsidies and government help to help their kids get to college. And they're not in the situation of higher income families who don't have to worry about seeking government assistance. It strikes me as odd that with a program, the 529 program, where the median financial asset value of families who take advantage of 529 plans is $413,000, that rather than focus on the median, those families that are in the median level throughout America, whose financial asset value is about $15,000, that here we are moving forward with something that's going to cost all of us taxpayers money because it's unpaid for, and helping folks who are 25 times as wealthy as the average family in America. And so it's just the wrong approach, I think, at this stage when most middle-class families are feeling a squeeze. Their pay hasn't gone up the way upper-class families' income has. And I think it's time for us to focus on those who really are working hard, producing for this country, but aren't quite seeing the benefits of this. At the same time, we should all be concerned if we're going to do anything to the 529s, let's get rid of the loopholes within 529s. There are loopholes in 529s. You can put a whole bunch of money in a 529, up to $400,000 in some places, in some states, allow you to put that amount of money. Now remember, most 529s in America are just a little over $14,000. But in some states, you can put up to $400,000 into a 529. Great if you could do that. Most American families are lucky if they could put $14,000. So rather than make this something that the wealthy can already make better use of because we expand the scope of what they can use to get deduction from the 529, I would think that we would try to focus on making it possible for American families who are right in the middle and being squeezed to be able to invest in the education of their kids in the future. Why is it as well that you can open up any number of 529s for any one particular student? One student can have infinite number of 529s put in his or her name with limits up to $400,000. But we still have to figure out how the middle class is going to go to college. Again, let's keep 529s. Let's make them better. But let's focus on helping folks who are in the middle, who are squeezed, before we start expanding this to help folks who are at the top and are going to get their kids to college either way. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Chicago.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Gentleman will suspend.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve
Gentleman
a
from
point
Texas
of
is
order.
recognized.
Thank you. I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and I just ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes the amendment. Does the gentleman have copies of his amendment? We want to see it before we start debating it. I didn't know that. Oh, gotcha. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As policymakers, we need to understand how effectively our tax incentives for college savings are working. And we have this information for many tax benefits, but not really for 529s, given their nature. As co-chair of the Education and Family Tax Working Group with Representative Black, stakeholders recommended better reporting on the use of 529 plans. Indeed, a delightful professor from the University of Tennessee at Knoxville recommended a range of information she thought would better inform policymakers' understanding of this provision. Without basic information about the use of these tax benefits, we can't tell if we're improving in our ability to help lower income or middle income families save for college. Many states are working extremely hard with innovative programs to help low and moderate income families save. We don't know how successful they are without research reporting. We can't improve the law if we don't understand how it's working. My amendment would simply require the Secretary of Treasury to issue reports on 529 plans. The Treasury has issued only one report on 529 plans since 2009. My amendment uses the exact language, same language as the reporting requirement this committee helped sign into law last year for the ABLE Act, Section 529A of the Code, with two small changes to make the reporting requirement apply to 529 tuition plans rather than ABLE accounts. If you look at the amendment, paragraph 1 is current law, and paragraph 2 is the amendment. The only changes made from the ABLE Act reporting requirement are on page 1, line 19, I changed diagnosis to account. On page 2, line 1, I changed qualified ABLE program to qualified tuition program. This amendment should not cost or add anything to the bill. It is a common sense approach to trying to better understand our tax policy, and I trust that the committee will support it. And I yield back.
Anybody seek time on the gentleman's amendment? Ms. Jenkins is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having just seen the amendment, I have initial concerns about the language included in the amendment. It says, and such other matters as the Secretary may require. This looks like nothing more than just a burdensome reporting requirements that will be imposed on states, most particularly the state treasurers. I served as a Kansas State treasurer and president of the National Association of State Treasurers, and I can tell you there is no need for heaping on burdensome, unnecessary requirements, especially when they are not specified. This gives too broad authority to the secretary. I mean, will he be asking for personal financial data that state treasurers must require of 529 account owners? I object to the amendment and ask my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Anybody else seek time on the gentleman's amendment? Mr. Roscom.
I'd recommend that we decline the amendment as well. I think the idea that it doesn't put an additional cost on the federal government is an interesting argument, but just without question, it's going to put additional costs on the qualified plans themselves, and the net effect of that is to increase the cost of those plans. I urge a no vote.
Anybody else seek time on the gentleman's amendment? Mr. Levin?
You know, one of the issues that's been raised regarding 529 is we really don't have a very strong idea as to the beneficiaries. Mr. Davis, I think that's the purpose of your amendment. And, you know, I think when we act on these provisions, there's a need to have the information as to who's benefiting and who is not. There's an immense crisis today in terms of higher education. And we all know, as I said earlier, with the drop in state support, you take Michigan, what's happened in Michigan in terms of the amount of support for the public universities from the state, as I remember it, it's been cut by more than a half. And the result has been, for so many students, an increase in tuition and an increase in student debt. And it's spiraling. It's spiraling. So what this amendment does is to say, let's have a better understanding as to who is benefiting from this tax provision. And the second amendment, in a sense that Mr. Davis is going to propose, also is going to suggest that we have some impact on the beneficiaries of 529. So why should we hide from obtaining this information? And if it's going to require some effort within the states, so be it. I mean, to proceed blindly with these provisions is not a wise idea, especially, as I said, in view of what's been happening in terms of the crunch on higher education and the students who are receiving it. The number of people who drop out from higher education because they cannot afford it is really shocking. It's really shocking. And we need to act within our jurisdiction to address it. So I'm somewhat befuddled why the majority would not accept this amendment. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
I take back my 2 minutes and 18 seconds that are rapidly 16, 50. Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If I might respond and reply to some of the comments that were made. First of all, Treasury already has the authority to report. As a matter of fact, they made a report in 2009. It is very difficult for me as a person who's been in bureaucratic situations for many, many years to understand what additional costs there would be to simply supplying the information to Treasury and Treasury then making the information available in a report that they can already do. So with all due respect to my colleagues, I think that this is simply a common sense approach to trying to better understand the impact of legislation that we pass and to better know who is using the 529, why they're using them, what they're doing with it, and that's all. So I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Does anyone else seek time on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll yield myself a moment for comment. We just got the amendment a few minutes ago, so we're processing it quickly. It strikes us on this side of the aisle that either it's redundant, which we don't want to put redundancies into the code, or it's burdensome onto the state plans, to the point which we don't quite know how burdensome it is, and that is why, with 5 minutes to process this, and I think I understand what the gentleman's trying to get at, but if it's either redundant or overly burdensome or burdensome to a point where we don't really know how burdensome it is on these plans, we will oppose the amendment. Mr. Brady, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
No, you had it right.
Yeah. That's right. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, while I oppose this unnecessary and potentially unfunded state mandate, I do withdraw the reservation on my point of order.
The reservation on the point of order is withdrawn. As no further members seek recognition, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. We'd ask for a roll call.
The roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? No. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Brady? No. Mr. Brady, no. Mr. Nunez? No. Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry? No. Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Reichert? No. Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Bustani? No. Mr. Bustani, no. Mr. Roscom? No. Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Price? Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Smith in Nebraska? Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Schock? No. Mr. Schock, no. Ms. Jenkins? No. Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson? No. Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant? Ms. Black? Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Young? No. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacci? No. Mr. Renacci, no. Mr. Meehan? Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Yes. Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Levin? Yes. Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Rangel? Yes. Mr. Rangel, yes. Mr. McDermott? Yes. Mr. McDermott, yes. Mr. Lewis? Yes. Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Becerra? Yes. Mr. Becerra, yes. Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no.
He's aye.
Oh, aye, I'm sorry. Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, yes. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Crowley? Yes. Mr. Crowley, yes. Mr. Davis? Yes. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Price? Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Meehan? Mr. Larson? Ms. Sanchez? Chairman Ryan?
No.
Chairman Ryan, no.
Clerk report the vote.
13 yeas, 21 nays.
1321? Did I hear that correctly?
13 yeas, 21 nays.
There being 13 ayes and 21 noes, the amendment is not agreed to.
Just a point of personal privilege. I don't know if you want to do this generally, but Ms. Sanchez and Mr. Larson are voting in the ethics committee.
So are Mr. Meehan and Mr. Martin.
Right, so maybe we should note that. I don't know if you want
Yeah,
to do
that's
that
fine.
generally,
Let the
but-
record reflect that the gentlelady from California and gentleman from Texas, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Marchant.
Connecticut.
And, yeah, Connecticut. Yeah, Mr. Larson and Mr. Meehan are, the four of them are voting in Ethics Committee.
Okay, thank you.
All right, gotcha. Are there any further amendments? I think
The amendment,
gentleman for suspend, gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve a point of order.
Point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes so we can take a look at the amendment. All right, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in the interest of fiscal responsibility and tax efficiency, I offer an amendment to make 529 plans available to taxpayers with adjusted gross incomes of $3 million or less per year. By focusing this savings benefit on taxpayers under $3 million, we make these programs changes in H.R. 529 without adding to the deficit. In addition, we make the tax benefit more efficient. When I co-chaired the Education and Family Tax Working Group, both conservative and progressive stakeholders emphasized that we should target tax benefits better. I believe that $3 million a year is a very generous income limit on taxpayer subsidized college savings accounts. The median income in the United States is $52,250 a year. The median income in my congressional district is $48,841 per year. This income limit is 57 times the median income of the United States and 61 times the median income of my congressional district. The amendment allows taxpayers to save via the 529 plans all the way up to when their adjusted gross incomes exceed $3 million a year. All the savings up to that point continue to grow in a tax-advantaged account for future use. Affected taxpayers simply cannot add any more to these accounts after their AGI surpasses $3 million a year. After earnings reach $3 million, they can use their considerable resources to take advantage of other mechanisms to pay for college without taxpayers' subsidy. This amendment offers a common sense, fiscally responsible approach to pay for the important improvements made by H.R. 529. My amendment does not add to the deficit, and it increases the efficiency of our tax code, and it provides an opportunity to help those a little bit more in need than individuals earning $3 million a year and up. I yield back, urge its support.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Is there any further discussion on the gentleman's amendment? Ms. Jenkins is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, having just received the amendment, I have some initial concerns. Again, it sounds like we would be requiring individuals to provide their tax returns to the plan administrators in order to administer something like this with all of the privacy concerns and data security concerns. That would be an initial red flag that goes up with this. And I think it's important that we keep in mind that the beneficiaries are not necessarily members of the taxpayer's household. If I had means, I could open up an account for the kids across the street, for my nieces and nephews, for a local a student in need. And we know tax incentives work. We saw when the tax benefit was provided on 529 plans, the accounts grew from 1 million accounts to 12 million accounts. So just because someone has means does not mean they're saving for their own child. They may be saving for a child who is very much in need. I think we're losing sight here of the fact that we should be encouraging folks to send their kids and other students to college. And 529 plans are an excellent vehicle to do just that. Most plans allow you to save $15 a month to help send a kid to school, technical school, any post-secondary institution of higher ed. $15 a month. 10% of 529 plans are owned by individuals or households with incomes below $50,000. 70% of 529 accounts are owned by households with income below $150,000. Over 90% of these plans are owned by households with incomes below $250,000. These accounts are being used to help the people that we need them to help, hardworking American families. I would urge you to oppose this last-minute amendment and support hardworking families sending their kids to school.
Further discussion? I think, Mr. Crowley, you had your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I I don't necessarily think a person making more than $3 million a year would be prohibited from being generous if they so choose to with other children in terms of their education. But I have a question for Mr. Bartold, if I could. Mr. Bartold, if enacted, how much would this bill cost the U.S. Treasury?
Mr. Crowley, this would raise revenue relative to present law.
It would raise revenue to present law? So
Relative to present law, it would raise revenue.
how much would it raise?
We've estimated that it would raise approximately $51 million over the budget period, sir.
And if this provision were to pass, what impact would it have on that? If this amendment were to pass, what impact would that have on?
Oh, as the amendment, if H.R. 529 were amended with this amendment, it would be revenue neutral, zero.
Would be zero impact. Mr. Chairman, let me speak in support of Mr. Davis's amendment. The base text of this bill, helping people invest in 529 education savings accounts to make higher education more affordable, is really about empowering people today to help a future generation get ahead tomorrow. So why would we pass a bill to benefit people today whose aim is to invest in our future, but then throw additional cost onto future students of tomorrow? I believe that making $3 million a year certainly affords the opportunity for you to send your children and other children to college without much burden to you. I have very few folks in my constituency who make more than $3 million, more than $2 million a year, more than $1 million a year. I do think that the overall benefit derived by this for America is that we ensure that people who really need this assistance are getting this assistance, and those who don't need that assistance really not have to take advantage of that tax situation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would support the Davis amendment.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Who seeks time? Mr. Roscom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd recommend that we decline this amendment for a couple of reasons. Let's look at the structure and the architecture of the 529 plan. So we're not here discussing the entire spectrum of federal programs. We're discussing the scope of this committee and the scope of this bill, which is 529's to encourage savings. So who has things to save? People who have acquired things. And so by definition, the scope of 529 is focused on savers. Now that said, there's the obligation under this amendment to prove that you don't make $3 million a year. So who has to prove that? Everybody has to prove that. There's not like a something that just says, well, people are walking around, or that it's an obvious thing who's made $3 million in the previous year. So everyone who makes a contribution to a 529 plan, including the folks that Ms. Jenkins just referenced, everyone has to submit their tax return. Every single person, every single taxpayer has to do that. So who loses? Can you imagine somebody says, look, hey, Grandma, thanks for the $500 that you put into my 529 plan. Now can you go find your tax return? Or what if Grandma didn't make enough money to file a tax return? All of a sudden, who loses in that equation? The person who loses in that equation is the student who's not the beneficiary of the contribution. Mr. Becerra, in his opening remarks about 529s generally, went on in a riff that was and I don't mean riff, you know what I'm saying. It was a good point, but it was, talking about sort of general themes of 529s and loopholes and so forth. Well, look, if there's loopholes within 529s, let's offer the amendments and let's deal with them. But here's part of the problem. The cost of implementing this is incredibly significant. Have you ever lived in a town? I have lived in towns like this. They come up with a revenue scheme. We got to come up with a way for us to make money, and we're going to sell village stickers that are going to go in the front of your windshield. And then they have a bunch of Barney Fifes walking around town determining who's got their village sticker and who doesn't have their village sticker, and they chase all of this down. But you know what ended up happening? Out in our area, my town figured out it was too much money to create this entire scheme, and the village was actually losing money on the revenue pursuit by creating these village stickers. Now you're asking yourself, what does this have to do with 529s? What this has to do with 529s, listen, it's like a Seinfeld episode. It'll all come together at the end. We are currently not requiring this. We're currently not requiring this. And what I'm suggesting is the Internal Revenue Service now is going to have to put this on forms. And we've heard the testimony from the Internal Revenue Service over the past several weeks. They're begging for mercy in terms of new mandates and so forth. The last thing the Internal Revenue Service needs is new mandates. I've sensed I've provoked the gentleman, and you want me to yield?
No, to my colleague, we're all begging for mercy as you speak.
Oh. That was a softball over home plate.
Decorum and order.
Well, with that gentle admonition, I will urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Noticed he gave back almost 2 minutes. I think, Mr. Doggett, did you want to get into
Yes,
this?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Dockett's
I
recognized.
do. I want to salute Mr. Davis both for this amendment and his last amendment to try to get a little accountability and information on this. It's really an incredible debate, and I think it's a very important debate we're having. The growing concern about income inequality in this country is very real, and there is a recognition that income inequality has grown so severe that it is distorting our economy and actually beginning to impede economic growth for people of all income levels. It's not just the growing gap between the haves and the have-nots, between the rich and the poor. There's even a growing gap between the rich and the super rich. You see it with the opening of every new luxury goods store. Now, it is tempting to say this one only adds $50 million to those at the top. Just let it go, because compared to the way this committee in its recent history has distorted our tax code to benefit and widen that gap, this is a pretty small amount. But as I listen to this debate and talk of people that are going to contribute $15 a month and the disadvantages of people having to prove that they don't earn $3 million a year, let me tell you, the folks in my district who have a median income of about $40,000, and many of whom want their children and grandchildren to have the opportunity to go to college as much as I want for my family, they deserve better. Many of them are going to be first-time college students for their family. They are the hope for their families. And the notion that we would say under Mr. Davis's amendment, if you have $3 million, not $3 million of assets, but $3 million you earn in an individual year, you won't have to pay, you won't be eligible for this in order to ensure that we're not borrowing money to pay for this provision, and that that's some kind of burden on someone doesn't comport with reality. And I can tell you that if someone earns $3 million per year, they're not setting aside $15 a week or a month or a year for this provision. They're looking at it as an opportunity, as Mr. Becerra suggested earlier, to put away hundreds of thousands of dollars, much more than my families earn in a given year. It is reasonable that we insist that this provision be fully paid for. And it's not at all burdensome to suggest that a taxpayer who earned $3 million in a given year not receive this expanded tax benefit. Now, let me talk about that $50 million based on the experience in this committee, experience that I personally had last year. We had a bill in front of this committee that dealt with preventing sex trafficking and improving opportunities for youth in foster care. And there was a provision in it that was designed to assure that when children time out, they turn 18 and move out of that system, that they got a Social Security card, a birth certificate, and their health records. We considered it on the same day that we approved hundreds of billions of dollars of unpaid tax cuts. And we could not get agreement for $1 million a year. The scoring turned out that it added some reimbursements to the state to cover that program. If we had a measure up today to provide access to laptops for my first-time students in families that earn $40,000 a year, and it costs $50 million or $50 billion, we couldn't get that bill moved forward. Mr. Roscom is correct that we are not considering the full range of federal education programs even in front of this committee. That's my whole point. We have the American Opportunity Tax Credit. It could reach out and provide $2,500 toward the education of a student at the Alamo colleges or one of the other community colleges across the country. It has a refundability provision so that poorer families can get an opportunity to participate in higher education, and that's where our focus ought to be. It ought not to be adding one more dollar to widen the great income inequality and deny educational opportunities to some. It ought to be focused on expanding education opportunities and having a truly competitive workforce in the future to compete with the rest of the world by assuring that all of our young people can achieve their full God-given potential. And I strongly support the amendment and appreciate the gentleman offering it.
Mr. Becerra, do you wish to be heard on the amendment?
Yes.
Mr. Becerra is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this crystallizes even better what's happening on 529s. Again, say it clearly. I think all of us agree that 529s serve a very good purpose. I think the break for some of us is that at a time when we know the middle class is being squeezed, we're putting forward a provision that we know is only going to impact less than 3% of Americans. And those 3% of Americans who take advantage are principally on the very high end of the income scale. And so in defeating the previous amendment by Mr. Davis, this committee is saying in a majority that it doesn't want America to know who's taking advantage of these 529s. That 3% of Americans who take advantage of 529s, we're not going to get the information to figure out who they are, how they're using it, and if it's really serving the purpose that we think. This amendment says, okay, well, let's put some constraint on 529s. Because again, if we really are serious about trying to figure out what's going on in America, where today it's the middle class that is not moving up, and those who are already up are moving even higher up, then you would think that we would try to find a way to constrain this. So I applaud Mr. Davis for his amendment, because he's simply saying, okay, if you've got income, by the way, that's not wealth. That's not what you're worth. It just says your income for the previous year. And it's not just what you got in your paycheck, because it's adjusted gross income. And as we know here from the Ways and Means Committee, adjusted gross income means after you've taken out all sorts of deductions and things you can take off of your taxes for payment, your adjusted gross income is way lower than what you get in your paycheck. And so adjusted gross income of $3 million. How many Americans have an adjusted gross income of $3 million? It's not even 1%. It's a fraction of that. And so what Mr. Davis is saying, let's figure out a way to constrain these, because guess what? If you make way over $3 million, you can open up 529s and put tons of money in them and save all sorts of money, because it's going to cost $50 million to do this. Someone's got to pay for it. I think every one of us on both sides of the aisle have made the case that if government spends, whether through the appropriations process or through the tax code, someone has to pay. And so I think what Mr. Davis is saying, let's bring some sanity into this. Let's make sure 529s really are of value to as many people as possible. It confuses me to believe that Mr. Roskin believes that it'd be tough to figure out who makes more than $3 million in adjusted gross income. I guarantee you, you're filing your taxes if you make $3 million in adjusted gross income. If that granny who didn't file taxes is concerned, she needn't be, because she probably can't make that $500 contribution to a 529 that Mr. Roskin mentioned if she didn't file taxes. If she didn't earn enough money to file taxes, she probably doesn't have enough money to give someone $500 in a 529 plan. And so let's be real. Let's figure out how to reform a 529 program so it works. It works well so that we can be proud of it, not so that it has these loopholes that let folks who are at the top end take advantage of this. It's pretty simple. So I'll yield back the balance of my time. And I thank the gentleman for putting forward this amendment.
You want in this too?
Yes, I would.
All right, Mr. Engel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Davis for raising this point, which involves equity. Now we have hearings knowing that our legislation is not going anywhere. It may pass the House or the Senate, but it raises a far more serious question as far as I'm concerned. And I hope at the conclusion of the discussion of this bill that you might answer. When my constituents ask, do you think you're going to get anything done in this Congress, I always put out tax reform as a possibility because it's important to the country, it's important to our corporations, and the inequities that are there. There's no one that challenges that. It screams out since 1986 we haven't done anything. Having said that, I don't think that anyone more than you have stated that you thought that reasonably that we could get together on some issues. However, when things that we all agree on that are expensive are part of what we would be negotiating, and the ability to close those provisions that's in the tax code that are costly and no longer necessary, if you take away the low-hanging fruit and don't pay for it, it makes it more difficult for us to get together in a bipartisan way to come up with the tax reform. Many of the provisions that we're bringing here before us are provisions that Chairman Camp was opposed to, and we all had a general feeling that if we give and take together, we can come up with a product. Now, if this continues to be that it's just a question of getting us to vote against things that sound good but are irresponsible, that's one thing. I can go along with it. But I do hope before this session ends that you could state to us whether you still believe it's possible for us to come together and present a bill to the House, because these type of actions makes it very, very difficult for Republicans and Democrats to come to a meeting of the mind in terms of an equitable bill.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate I appreciate the point. How about if I address it when we're doing the extenders, given that this is the 529 bill? I think I understand the gentleman's point in question, and I'd like to address it, but I think I'll address it later in the markup. Yes. Because I totally take the sincerity of your comments. I do think that there's a way to do this. I'll address it when we're doing R&D or something like that.
That's what I was hoping. Thank you.
Right. I think the last person on this side of the aisle that wants to be recognized is Mr. Levin, so I'm going to yield to Mr. Levin.
You know, there are two basic principles at least involved here. One is whether we pay for. But there's another issue here embodied in this amendment. I think we need to look at the history recently of the controversy over 529. What motivated the president in his initial addressing of this issue. And the thought was that we needed to take a look at how we fund higher education and to try to do a better job distributing the benefits of tax policy to benefit people at income levels where there was necessary assistance. That was the controversy in 529. And so what does this amendment do? Look, when it was read off, the percentage of people who benefit from 529, 70% below 150,000 and 90% below 250,000. The reason there was a decision made not to absorb 529 in a broader higher education package was because of concern that there could be an impact on middle-class families, to put it simply. That was what the discussion was all about. So here we have an amendment that clearly doesn't apply to middle-class families. We're talking about people with AGIs of over $3 million. Why in the world are they benefiting from tax policy of this committee and of this Congress in terms of higher education, when there are millions of kids who need assistance? The data are so clear as to what's happening to higher education in this country. It's so clear. Mr. Kine mentioned Wisconsin. What's going on in Wisconsin is going on in every state. And we're wrestling with this in Michigan, where the state proportion of funding for higher education has dropped dramatically, so much so since when the time I was in the state Senate, decades ago. That's what the issue is here. So it's to pay for this, which is a good principle, but also to look at the structure of 529. So when you look, that's why we asked joint tax. And we said, how do we find $51 million to pay for it? So they did a look at who's benefiting from this. And they said, if you prevent families with an AGI of $3 million, you save about $51 million. And the notion there's any technical problem, any burden in terms of reporting is ridiculous. People have their AGIs. They know if they have an AGI of $3 million or more. Look, I think there'll be legislation on 529 in part because of the potential impact on middle-class families. And I'm not sure how all of us will vote at this moment. I'd like to keep this issue alive when we go to the Rules Committee, if you turn it down here, because that issue needs to be raised. We should not, Mr. Chairman, be proceeding to turn down an amendment that says that this program, in view of the overall needs of higher education, that this program shall not be benefiting families with an AGI of $3 million. You can find all the excuses you want in the world to vote no, but we're going to vote yes, and we'll see what happens on final passage. But we're determined to keep this issue alive for rules and beyond, because it's part of a larger issue of equity and opportunity, including for middle class and low-income families in the United States of America. That's what this amendment's all about.
Gentleman yields back. I believe that Mr. Levin was the last on your side, but apparently Mr. Davis wants to be recognized. So Mr. Davis is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Let me, first of all, appreciate all of the comments that have been made by all of our colleagues. 2 points. One, this is not precedent setting. We already have instances where income limits are placed on certain types of savings, incentives, and benefits already. And so it's nothing new. Even the AOTC, certain pension plans, IRAs, there are income limits already in place in many instances. Of course, I would never want to put a heavy burden on the $3 million earners. In addition to all of the low-income people that I represent something called the Magnificent Mile in Chicago, Michigan Avenue, downtown, Water Tower Place. So certainly I wouldn't want to burden my constituents by any stretch of imagination. The reality is that there is no good reason not to do this. There's just absolutely no good reason. I appreciate the concerns expressed, and I would urge.
Danny, would you yield?
Yes.
With remaining time? Well, I thank the gentleman for offering this amendment because it's part of our larger conversation that this committee in particular has to come to grips with. I mean, if we are going to get a grip on the debt, the deficit, longer-term unfunded liabilities, we have to do a better job of means testing the expenditures, means testing the entitlement programs. There's no reason why, with this reasonable amendment being offered, that we can't pay for this technical correction with the 529 plans. And try to make it a little bit easier for students to afford higher education. There are, as Mr. Levin pointed out, some very disturbing trends on the state level right now, defunding higher education. I know in the state of Wisconsin, we used to be at roughly 50% cost share as a state 20 years ago. Now we're at roughly 16, 17%. At some point, we got to stop calling these public universities because they're not anymore. And with the trends going on with the budgets, the federal, state, and local level, and that's why I think there's an importance with programs like 529s or tax credits that Mr. Doggett's been offering in the past to figure out some other means to make sure that these children and their families have the ability to go on to school. I mean, the jobs of the future are going to be paying a premium on higher education and those skills development. And this is one way to do it. But I don't think we should be shying away from an opportunity of further means testing and qualifying these programs so that they are reasonable within the budget, that we do pay for other adjustments that have to be made with the program. I see Mr. Davis's amendment that's helpful in that regard, and that's why I encourage my colleagues to support it. I yield back to Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Mr. Teaberry is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, a couple points. And I know that the gentleman's amendment, in his eyes, is well-intentioned. First off, the money invested in a 529 plan has already been taxed. It has already been taxed. I'm going to get back to that point. I'm thinking about my dad. You guys have heard me talk about my dad before. Brightest man in the world. Bill Pasquarel knows him really well. He loves Bill Pasquarel. I'm not sure about that, but loves Bill Pasquarel. Yeah. So he sets up a 529 plan. My dad's never had a job paying more than $50,000 a year. Sets up a 529 plan as a retiree for his grandkids. So through our state plan, Vanguard is one of the programs. I mean, think about this. How's the state of Ohio going to know if my dad made $3 million last year? How are they going to know? How's the state of Ohio going to know? They don't know. He's going to have to prove to them. And if one person lies, doesn't provide the right information, the state plan blows up. Now, I know it's well-intentioned, but we are putting I'm going to Mr. Roscom's point, putting a huge burden on my state's 529 plan. And worse than that, we're putting now a burden on every single person who owns a 529 plan to provide information to an agency that doesn't have this information today, a state agency. And I get the politics of this, but now they're going to have to provide information that they otherwise don't provide. The whole issue of identity theft now that we could have this debate on. I mean, we haven't thought through this issue. I think it's a huge problem. If I have time left, I will yield. I absolutely will yield. But think about this. My dad, 6th grade education, immigrant. When I got my first job, he said, don't let the screwed up tax code stop you from saving for college. Think about that. There was no 529 plan at the time. My first job was at McDonald's. And I put away a little bit of money because you know what, John Larson? I had to pay for my college. My dad made it clear. And college was not going to be an option. You're going to go to college. And I paid my way through college. And my dad said, we have a tax code that they tax you when you make it. They tax you when you save it. And if you save enough, when you die, they tax it again. My dad was a Democrat when he said that, guys. He was a Democrat. Was a Democrat is the point, Mr. Pasquarel. Was a Democrat. And I grew up as a have-not. You know, Mr. Doggett, I grew up as a have-not. But my dad hates class warfare. And I got to tell you guys, this is class warfare. Today it's 3 million. Why 3 million? Why not $1 million? Let's make it $1 million. I don't know many people that make $500,000 that need help. Why not make it $500,000? Why 3 million? Or why do this? In America, my dad, the immigrant, says, let's have fair rules, let's tax it now, and let's have people succeed and take care of themselves. What a novel thought. What a novel thought. Rather than, I know this is well-intentioned, but now my dad, who never made a lot of money, is now going to be required to jump through more hoops to prove that he doesn't make $3 million. So you're hurting the very guy who tries to do everything he can to help by making this more bureaucratic. Have we talked to the 529 folks? Have we talked to any state agencies that do this? Again, I think this is well-intentioned, but I think that we are kind of twisting in the wind here when we want to encourage more men and women, moms and dad, grandpas and grandmas to save for their college. And you know what? My dad didn't even know what the heck a 529 plan was until we told him about it. And then he said, that's a good idea. Let's do this. A lot of people don't know about it. And even if they can put in $50 for a grandkid, let's promote this idea more. Let's not make it more complicated. Let's not have people shy away from it. I urge the defeat of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Texas is recognized.
that never gets sold.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Brady.
I withdraw the reservation on my point of order.
All right. Let's go to a roll call vote. Does the gentleman have to be heard? Gentleman's recognized. Okay, then the gentleman's recognized.
With all due respect to my colleagues, there are all sorts of things that taxpayers certify on their form. You know, are you married? You don't have to file the marriage license. Is this child? You don't have to put all the documentation. When you fill out the tax code, you verify the facts. We rely on self-reporting. And the notion that somehow we wouldn't have self-reporting on a $3 million limit and Granny who didn't file a tax return would have to conjure one up, I think is not how the tax code operates. That's one of the reasons why the dramatic underfunding of the IRS, which relies on self-reporting and occasional verification, there's no reason that people are going to have to file. Oh, okay.
Gentleman's point. Gentleman made his point.
And I won't say anything more for the rest of the hearing.
Great deal. No. The gentleman.
I'll yield to you if you want to.
The gentleman wants to speak later. We're not going to do that. We don't. As no further members seek recognition, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Brady? No. Mr. Brady, no. Mr. Nunez? No. Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry? No. Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Reichert? No. Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Bustani? No. Mr. Bustani, no. Mr. Roscom? No. Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Price? Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Schock? No. Mr. Schock, no. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson? No. Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant? No. Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black? No. Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Young? No. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacci? No. Mr. Renacci, no. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, no. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? No. Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Levin? Yes. Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Rangel? Yes. Mr. Rangel, yes. Mr. McDermott? Mr. McDermott, yes. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Becerra? Mr. Becerra, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, yes. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, yes. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Price? Mr. Crowley?
Did record get recorded?
The gentleman's not recorded. Mr. Crowley votes yes.
Record get recorded?
Ms. Sanchez?
Did you get recorded? You did.
Chairman Ryan?
No.
Chairman Ryan, no.
I'm about ready to throw up for distance, I bet you.
The clerk will report the vote.
14 yeas, 23 nays.
There being 14 ayes and 23 nays, the amendment is not agreed to. If there are no further amendments, the question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of substitute as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
No. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to. I now recognize Mr. Johnson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 529 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Motion is agreed to. H.R. 529 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. Without objection, I ask that the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill, and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, and dissenting minority views. The next order of business is a bill introduced by Mr. Brady and Mr. McDermott to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to make permanent the deduction of state and local general sales taxes. Mr. Brady, you are now recognized for an opening statement on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a bipartisan bill to make permanent the state and local sales tax deduction, which was restored temporarily to the tax code in 2004, extended 5 times since, and now has expired. This provision is about tax fairness and equal treatment. The taxpayers in income tax states can deduct their state and local income taxes, so should residents of sales tax states. That's just fair. Isn't it time to make this middle-class tax provision permanent and provide some certainty to working families across America? This tax provision helps hardworking taxpayers keep a little more of what they earn, which is even more important to families given their stagnant paychecks over the past years. More than 10 million American taxpayers depend upon this common sense deduction, and the dollars that stay in the local community help grow their economy rather than Washington's economy. And here's the key point. Permanency provides certainty to American families, makes federal budget scorekeeping more honest, and removes the asterisk from this temporary provision so that pro-growth tax reform can advance. Certainly important to our state. Since it's been restored, Texas taxpayers have saved more than $10 billion, which buys a lot of school clothes, gas for your car, and helps with rising college costs. To be sure, this provision is not reserved for sales tax states. Any American taxpayer can choose whether to deduct their state and local income taxes or their state and local sales taxes. That's fair, and that's equal treatment. And let's be honest, extending this provision temporarily year after year won't score any differently than making it permanent today. I'm proud to have worked on this issue throughout the years with my colleague, Representative Jim McDermott from Washington. It enjoys strong bipartisan support, and I urge my Ways and Means colleagues to join me in supporting middle-class families by making this provision permanent at the same year-to-year costs of extending it temporarily. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Mr. McDermott, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were wanting to say something.
Does the ranking member seek time in opposition?
Yes, and I yield to Mr. McDermott.
Okay.
It's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's fitting that we have you sitting in the chair in which the funniest man who never became president, Mo Udall, who used to rule in this committee, once said, everything that needs to be said on this issue has already been said, but not yet everyone has had their chance to say it. And this bill crystallizes the issue discussed in the last bill. That was a small bill. That was only $42 million. This one is $52 billion added to the deficit. Now, we've heard people in here wail and whine and cry and talk about the fact that we can't exceed any more of the deficit. Mr. Doggett raised the issue of $1 million to give Social Security cards to foster kids, and we couldn't find it in here because we couldn't add to the deficit. And now we blithely say we're going to go and add $42 billion. Now, the reason this is an issue, this policy is one that every single person on this committee is for. The issue here is something that was testified on in the Senate this week. Bill Bradley was over there talking about the process by which tax reform occurred. From 1980 to 1986, 7 people met on a regular basis until they trusted each other enough that they could put together a tax reform bill. We hear that people want to have tax reform in here, but this action is not indicative of real commitment to having tax reform. This is pick the low-hanging fruit that everybody wants, and then when we get to the tax reform, some things will get left on the table that might help middle-class people. If you believe in the child tax credit, or you believe in the earned income tax credit, why aren't they out here today to be made permanent? Will they be brought out here to be permanent? I don't trust anybody on the other side to tell me that they will bring out permanent extension of the earned income tax credit or the earned income child credit when you're doing this first. This is the easy one. No problem. And my view is that you cannot have tax reform when you take things off the table. That will be part of a mosaic that's going to have to go on with us to have anything that has tax fairness in it. Now, I do acknowledge the Republicans control both the House and the Senate. They can put through any bill they want. Anytime the chairman's ready to vote, he simply says, I'm calling the vote, and we're done. And he bangs the gavel, and we've done it. He's letting us talk because he knows that he could ultimately do exactly that. And if you're going to have tax reform, you can't take these issues off the table one at a time and leave the tough stuff to some later point when you come down and say, well, we have no money, because you've set as a principle, we're not going to raise any more money. And these tax expenditures of these tax credits or whatever are basically expending money that will not be there to deal with other things at some later point. When we don't have money for transportation, everyone will say, well, we already spent it on, it's like having a credit card. If you have a credit card, you can go out and buy anything you want. But at the end of the month, you got to pay for it. And that's what you keep telling us on deficits. And we believe it. We believe that you have to have money to pay for it. The problems in this country started in this committee when we started giving tax breaks under George Bush in 2000, and we then got into wars and didn't pay for the wars or the tax cuts, and now we have this trillions of dollars of debt we have out there. And what you're saying here is, we don't really believe that. We believe that we should do the things for those people we want. We heard the argument here. People making $3 million adjusted gross income, they shouldn't have any limitation. We have means tests on all kinds of bills in the Congress. And I'm going to vote no. I know this bill will pass by December of this year for the next tax season.
Okay, I see members are trying to recognize, the chair will note that these are the opening statements, one for each side. Then we'll proceed to the walkthrough. We can direct questions to the Joint Committee on Taxation for the walkthrough. Then we consider amendments, and if someone doesn't have an amendment but chooses to strike the last word, at that time they can do so. Except for Mr. Blumenauer, who by choice did that. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of H.R. 622. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for an amendment at any point. I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of the amendment. I will now turn to Tom Barthold, the Chief of Staff to the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of substitute, and I ask that members hold off their questions until after his presentation. Mr. Barthold, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Ryan, members of the committee. You have before you Joint Committee documents JCX-40 and JCX-41, which describe H.R. 622 and the Chairman's amendment in the nature of the substitute. This legislation would make permanent an election for individual taxpayers to itemize a deduction for either their state and local income taxes or their state and local sales taxes. The documents that we've provided to you show the estimated budgetary cost. That concludes my description of this legislation.
Any questions for Mr. Barthold? Mr. Becerra is recognized.
Mr. Barthold, on this particular provision, this bill that we're dealing with today, overall cost for the first 10 years, I see that your report says that over the first 10 years, from 2015 to 2025, this loses a total of $42,440,000,000. Is that accurate?
That's correct, Mr. Becerra. That's our
And that $42,444,000,000 that we lose in revenue, is there an offset in the bill that would make it so that we don't add to the deficit by providing this tax break?
The $42.4 billion estimate is the net budgetary effect of the bill. It's a revenue loss.
Okay, so if that's the net, meaning there's no offset, so it's a net addition of deficit spending to the budget.
Absent other action by the Congress to offset legislation in some form.
Thank you for clarifying that. Are you aware of any other activity by the committee to offset the cost of this?
Well, Mr. Becerra, the committee will be meeting a number of times. So
Right, but are you aware of anything?
Be debating.
Are you aware of any activity by this committee to date to pay for the cost of this $42,400,000,000?
It's probably a question better directed to colleagues on the dais than to me, Mr.
I agree.
Becerra.
I agree that if we're going to come up with a pay for this, it'll come from the members of Congress. But you did mention that there is a possibility that this could be less than the $42 billion cost if there are some offsets that are produced at some point. And I was just wondering if you were aware of any offsets to cover the costs of this that had been presented.
Well, Mr. Becerra, within the legislation before you, there is a net revenue loss.
Committee will come to order.
$1.4
Too much noise.
billion.
Yeah, so net revenue loss, again, that means that there's a cost of $42,440,000,000 to the budget, and that means it's an addition to the deficit of $42,440,000,000. There's a distribution table that you provided as well, and as I look at the distribution table, I noticed that the greatest amounts of the deduction of the tax break are taken by those with adjusted gross income over $1 million, actually 200,000 to 500,000, but a smaller proportion of people who have incomes over $1 million get to take great advantage of this particular tax break. The amount that I see is 168 billion. Help me read this. Do you see what chart I'm referring to?
Mr. Becerra, I'm afraid I don't. Our staff has not prepared a distribution of this. I do have some notes here in front of me, and I can prepare and send to all the members of the committee a projection of a distributional analysis by adjusted gross income for you.
Yeah, and I
like.
Forgive me. Let me correct myself. I'm looking at data provided by the IRS, and so rather than ask you about that information, since you probably don't have it with you, let me just leave it at that. That folks that have adjusted gross income of over $1 million use a lion's share of this tax break. Actually, since you didn't see this chart, let me yield back, Mr. Chairman, at this time and thank Mr. Bartow for his responses.
Anybody else seek recognition? Or does anybody else seek to question Mr. Bartow? There being no further questions, did you say? No, there being no further questions, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Anybody wish to strike the last word? Mr. Johnson is recognized.
Thank you for bringing up H.R. 622 today. This bill, introduced by my fellow Texan Kevin Brady, would allow constituents to permanently deduct the state and local taxes they pay, sales taxes. And with too many hardworking American taxpayers trying to make ends meet, every dollar in the pocketbook makes a difference. I'm proud to have been part of the effort that brought back this important tax deduction in 2004. Unfortunately, this deduction is not permanent, and Congress has to renew it several times. Creates uncertainty for taxpayers, but this bill isn't just about providing certainty, it's about fairness. As Texas does not have a state income tax, my constituents are at a tax disadvantage when compared to taxpayers from states that levy state and local income tax. These other taxpayers are permanently allowed to deduct their state and local income taxes. So long as that is the case, my constituents deserve to be able to deduct permanently their state and local sales taxes. Again, I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing up this bill today, and I commend my colleague, Mr. Brady, for his leadership on this. Yield back.
Are there any amendments or anybody else who wishes to strike the last word? Mr. Reichert's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important to kind of highlight some of the statements made by Mr. Brady and Mr. Johnson, and I agree with my colleague from Washington State. This should be an easy one, and here are the reasons why. Number one, we talk about this being temporary, but it's temporarily made permanent. It's actually been in law for 10 years. 10 years is an entire budget window, Mr. Chairman. So it's been permanent, essentially, and the taxes have not been raised on other taxpayers. Number two, this is about bipartisanship. As was said and mentioned already, members of this committee are for this initiative. Number three, this is about equality, and each one of us today and in other hearings regarding some of these tax initiatives have all talked about equality. Number four, it's about fairness. It's about fairness and equality in the tax code, and it's also about growing the local economy. So, Mr. Chairman, for those reasons, I encourage my colleagues to vote for this initiative, and I yield back.
On R&D, you want to? On this? Okay. Mr. Levin is recognized. You got to turn your mic on.
Yeah. The Chairman and I have we'll talk about the larger issue in a sense on the next bill, but the issue is the same. We Democrats on this committee have opposed these permanent unpaid for provisions that totaled close to 800 billion in the last session. The president indicated he would veto them. That's true of this. There's nothing bipartisan about doing this in this fashion. So I'll yield back, and we can discuss the larger issues when we get to the second bill.
Gentleman yields back his time on striking the last word. If there are no amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Oh. I didn't see it. Gentleman, does the gentleman move to strike the last word? The gentleman's recognized.
Again, and I hopefully will yield back the majority of the time. You know, when folks talk about how sausage is made and they talk about the sausage factory, you know, sometimes it's good to open up the process. And what we're doing here is giving folks a chance to see how some of these bills move forward, how we enact different provisions into law. In this case, we're talking tax policy that provides special treatment to some individuals as opposed to others. In this case, we're talking about a deduction that people get to take for paying sales tax in certain states. And we can make the decisions about what's fair, what's right, what makes sense in terms of tax policy. I don't think anyone questions that. But if you, once again, put a focus, if you put the microscope on this and you take a look, what you quickly begin to see is that this provision, which will cost, as Mr. Bartold mentioned, $42 billion over just the first 10 years, is one that will disproportionately benefit those who are at the top side of the income ladder. In a state like Texas, which would take advantage of this, nearly 9 of 10 taxpayers who make over $200,000 will itemize their deductions on their tax form and therefore be able to take advantage of this tax break on sales taxes. On the other side, people making less than $50,000 in Texas, only 1 of every 10 of those filers making $50,000 or less in the state of Texas will file an itemized, 4 itemized deductions, and therefore only 1 of every 10 or so Texans who files taxes making $50,000 or less will get to take advantage of this tax break. So in a sense, talking fairness and equality, it's a double hit to the middle class, because first, most people don't make enough to get much out of the tax break, but 2, most of those folks in the middle and in the working class don't file itemized deductions and therefore never get to take advantage of 1 single penny of this tax break, yet it's $42 billion in cost. And since we're not paying for it in this bill, it's adding to the deficit, which means we'll have to make cuts to other services, like maybe college scholarships, maybe research for Alzheimer's disease, maybe the money we use for breast cancer research, maybe it means less inspectors for food safety inspections. We have to pay somehow, and so it's a double hit, mostly to working families who can't take advantage of this. Rather than tilt things towards folks who are better off using the tax code where you can hide so much of this spending, let's let it be open and try to make it so that we help those who really drive our economy, and that's the middle class. And so, again, it's no one's saying we shouldn't consider doing something when it comes to sales taxes. It's just let's make it sure we're doing it so that most Americans, not just those at the very top, take full advantage of these tax breaks. With that, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Does anybody else wish to strike the last word? Mr. McDermott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that Mr. Becerra is really trying to put a fine point on what the real problem here is that rich folks spend more on things, therefore they pay more property taxes. And it's interesting, I just, before I came down here on Monday, went down and talked to my accountant about my taxes for this year. And he said to me, now, Jim, do I remember that you did some remodeling on your house and replaced your windows? He said, if they were for energy conservation, you get a tax break. So go find the bill and find how much tax you paid on those windows. Now, what Mr. Becerra is pointing out is that most people don't itemize deductions. They just pay their taxes and, go by categories. And they don't get the benefit of the things that are available to us who have a little extra money and spend things in that sort of way, and have the amount of money to get an accountant to help us figure our taxes. I mean, what is unfair about this thing, and when you're talking about tax reform, you're really talking about how are you going to make it fair in this country? And in everywhere you look, in every provision of the tax code, you always find that folks on the top do a little bit better. And the 529s is a good example, and this is there's plenty of examples. And if we're going to have tax reform in this country, if we're serious about it, we got to put them all up on the table together and decide as a country what's in the common good. We can't be picking and choosing what's good for folks who have a little bit more money to do house remodeling and people who don't have money to do their house remodeling. They spend more on energy costs because their windows leak. My windows are keeping the energy inside. There are lots of ways in which the benefits rise to the top. And tax reform, in my view, if it's nothing more than lowering the rate on businesses to 25%, if that's what tax reform means, well, I guess we can do that in next Wednesday just as easily as we're doing these bills today. Just drop the rate and make the cuts any place else in the budget we have to make that balance, if you care about a balanced budget. Now, people talk about a balanced budget, but it's hard to believe that you're serious about it when you're making a $42 billion unpaid tax expenditure that I think is a good public policy if it's balanced in with everything else. But it's not good for the process to give away the things that balance it out so that people can see something in it for themselves or their constituents. That's why I vote no. I'll vote yes when the chairman will bring this bill back up with a one-year patch on the 1st of December, and I'll be there with you, Mr. Chairman, at that point.
That was pretty salient at the end there. There are no further amendments. The question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of the substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Johnson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 622 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No. Roll call.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion, a roll call vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Brady? Aye. Mr. Brady, aye. Mr. Nunez? Aye. Mr. Nunez, aye. Mr. Teaberry? Aye. Mr. Teaberry, aye. Mr. Reichert? Aye. Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Bustani? Aye. Mr. Bustani, aye. Mr. Roscom? Aye. Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Buchanan? Aye. Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Aye. Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Schock? Aye. Mr. Schock, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Aye. Ms. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Paulson? Aye. Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Aye. Mr. Marchant, aye. Ms. Black? Aye. Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Renacci? Aye. Mr. Renacci, aye. Mr. Meehan? Aye. Mr. Meehan, aye. Ms. Nome? Mr. Holding? Aye. Mr. Holding, aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Aye. Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Levin? No. Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Rangel? No. Mr. Rangel, no. Mr. McDermott? No. Mr. McDermott, no. Mr. Lewis? No. Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Neal? No. Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Becerra? No. Mr. Becerra, no. Mr. Doggett? No. Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? No. Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascarell, no. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Price? Ms. Nome? Ms. Sanchez? Chairman Ryan? Chairman Ryan, yes.
Clerk will report the vote.
22 ayes, 14 noes.
There being 22 ayes and 14 noes, the amendment is agreed to. I also note for the record that Mr. Price is absent because he is chairing his committee as well, so let the record reflect that as well. The last order of business is H.R. 8. Oh, without objection, I ask staff to be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill, and that members have 2 additional days in which to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. The last order of business is H.R. 880, a bill introduced by Mr. Brady and Mr. Larson to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to simplify and make permanent the research credit. Mr. Brady, you are now recognized for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When it comes to research and development incentives, America is rapidly falling behind our global competitors. And unless the U.S. remains the world's leading innovator, our economy will suffer, while middle-class families and talented college graduates see jobs and opportunity lost to foreign countries. Making permanent the tax incentive for companies to invest in research and development right here in the United States will ensure life-saving technologies, state-of-the-art computer systems, and breakthrough manufacturing products. We need to act to make this permanent because other countries are moving ahead of us by offering stronger incentives to attract research and development and the good-paying jobs that go with it. While America once led the world in R&D incentives, the U.S. has now dropped to 27th among our global competitors. America's share of global research and development, while still significant, has dropped from 39% before the turn of the new century to 31% today. And by contrast, China's R&D spending has increased fourfold and is poised to surpass that of the United States by 2022. Why sit idly back and watch America lose ground? Why continue to extend this important provision temporarily, often hastily at the end of the year, which only serves to limit its effectiveness? For all intents and purposes, this is a permanent tax provision that Congress has extended temporarily roughly 16 times at a cost of hundreds of billions of dollars. And let's be honest, it'll cost as much to extend it temporarily in the future, year by year. And here's the key point. Permanency provides certainty to U.S. innovators, makes our federal budget scorekeeping more honest, and removes the asterisk from this temporary provision so that pro-growth tax reform can advance. As we did last year, the legislation simplifies the language, gives more prominence to the alternative simplified credit, increases the ASC from 14 to 20%, and makes it permanent. The credit would apply equally to all companies that perform R&D in the United States. And this year, we've added a new provision that would allow eligible small businesses to count the credit against the AMT. This is an important provision to enable America's newest innovators to develop even more cutting-edge, market-dominating technologies. I'm proud to have worked on this important tax incentive with my friend John Larson from Connecticut. The House passed this provision with strong bipartisan support last year. And while the economy is improving, there are millions of Americans looking for full-time work and millions more middle-class families whose paychecks have been stagnant for years. In closing, if we want a permanently strong economy, we need a permanent research and development tax credit. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Neal is recognized for an opening statement on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that the objection that we have today is to procedure and the manner in which this amendment is being offered. What I'd like to do just for a couple of moments here is to offer a statement and what will be an amendment that I have composed that Mr. Crowley will offer because I have to move along. First, I want to acknowledge the importance of this credit. It's critical to the people of Massachusetts, and it plays a vital role in our economy in terms of creating jobs, advancing innovation, and growing the economy. And in no state is this proposal more important than in Massachusetts. Our world-class universities, hospitals, businesses, and incubators are producing some of the highest advancements in terms of technology that will keep America on the front lines of innovation. But a reminder to the members of the committee today, Chairman Camp broke out the extenders after tax reform had failed. We're offering this in lieu of tax reform? In advance of a discussion on tax reform? It seems as though it defeats the very purpose of the broader discussion that we need to have. Kendall Square in Cambridge is the highest concentration of R&D in the world. Companies like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and Twitter all have research facilities in Kendall Square. I get the importance of this credit, but the stop-and-start nature of it is putting a damper on the willingness of some firms to invest long-term. We object on the basis of procedure, the way this is being offered today. If it's to set a marker, it should be stated. The fickle nature of Congress towards this credit is attributable to one simple fact. We have not reformed the tax code in 30 years. To put this in perspective, the Internet as we know it did not exist when we reformed the tax code previously. Our current code is a rotary phone in a smartphone world. So I asked this question to the chairman. Why have you given up on tax reform so soon? The process of goodwill could be established as we go forward with a discussion in a manner that is entirely different than what we're discussing at this moment. Rather than marking up this bill, we should get to work on tax reform, incorporate many of the bills that we all are supportive of on this committee on both sides. But if we're giving up on tax reform, then let's perfect the amendment we have in front of us today. I intend, through Mr. Crowley, to offer the following amendment, and it follows an established model by the Senate on common sense bipartisan incentives to help small business. My amendment is based on the Coons-Enzi Startup Innovation Credit Act of 2014, which would allow small business startups to receive the R&D credit. We all know the problems that these companies face. They invest heavily in research and development in their first few years, but cannot deduct those costs because they are not generating any revenue and do not have any income tax liability. Use the parallel of goodwill as it appears to capital standards in banking legislation. This should not be the case, so the amendment fixes this problem by allowing small businesses to reduce their payroll taxes by an equivalent sum of $250,000. Unlike the R&D credit that often flows to larger companies, this simple addition would allow companies that are less than 5 years old and have less than $5 million in gross receipts to draw an earned benefit. Finally, the amendment will offer a loophole that we think needs to be closed and will be closed. Congress should not be in the business of lowering taxes for corporations that choose to invert. The amendment would not allow corporations that choose to leave America and ship jobs overseas to lower their taxes even further through the R&D credit. Point of reference, there is a distinct difference between tax avoidance and tax evasion. It is tax avoidance that are taking these companies offshore because we have not come up with a mechanism in the code to discourage their leaving. But we're doing this today as a statement as opposed to offering comprehensive legislation. These are common sense solutions to the R&D tax credit, and they should be made in order. Mr. Chairman, you have said this committee can walk and chew gum at the same time. This amendment does precisely that. We're reforming the code, and if we're made up our minds that we can't do broad tax reform, then we should attempt to do it in a more robust and aggressive manner through this amendment that I've offered right now. And Mr. Crowley will pick up on this amendment as we proceed, but I thank the chairman for his indulgence.
All right, gentlemen, gentlemen, done with his time. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 880. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance, along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of the amendment. I will now turn to Tom Bartold, the Chief of Staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I'd ask members to hold their questions until after his presentation. Mr. Barthold, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Ryan, members of the committee. You have before you Joint Committee documents JCX 42 and JCX 43, which describe H.R. 880 and the Chairman's amendment in the nature of the substitute. The substantive changes here are, under prior law, the research credit under Section 41 had multiple components. Two primary components were a fixed base credit and the alternative simplified credit, which has a moving base incremental credit. The proposal before you today permits the fixed-based credit to remain expired, as it did December 31st of last year. It increases the alternative simplified credit to a rate of 20% from 14%. It also modifies the basic research credit and the energy research credits to move them to a moving average base with a credit rate of 20%. And in addition, it provides that small businesses may claim the credit against both their regular income tax liability and any liability they may have under the alternative minimum tax. The materials before you show our estimated budgetary effects from the legislation, and that concludes my description. Happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Any questions for Mr. Barthold? Yeah, Mr. Thompson's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Boko, thank you. You said that it's outlined the fiscal impact of this. What is the cost of this bill?
Our estimate over the budgetary period, fiscal years 2015 through 2025, Mr. Thompson, is a revenue loss of $181.6 billion.
So the cost of this bill is $181.6 billion. The last bill that we just voted out of this committee was $42.4 billion, and then the first bill that we voted out today was $51 million, a total of $225 billion today that was spent.
That sounds correct, Mr. Thompson.
And last week was $93 billion, so $320 billion spent out of this committee in the last 2 weeks.
That would be the total of the bills reported last
$320 billion not paid for. Bigger hole in the revenues of this country. Not paid for.
Those were net revenue losses. Yes, Mr. Thompson.
Yield back.
Anybody else see questions, Mr. Barthold? Mr. Doggett, do you have a question for Mr. Barthold?
I think at the appropriate time, I just want to strike the last word.
Okay, we'll do. That's later. Anybody else have questions for Mr. Barthold? There being no further questions, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. Crowley?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman will suspend. The gentleman from Texas recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, as indicated by Mr. Neal, I believe there's an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman will suspend. The gentleman pulls up an amendment. The point of order has been reserved. Let's have the clerk distribute the amendment so we can see what it is. So I'll ask the gentleman to suspend while the distribution occurs so we can see what you have.
I'm in suspension. Totally.
All right. Perfect. Yeah. Weighty. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Mr. Neal indicated, I'm offering an amendment on his behalf. And I think in his opening statement, he laid out exactly what the amendment is about. It's about giving an opportunity to a little guy with an idea who takes a good considerable amount of time to see that idea come to fruition. Really, the fiber and of the fabric of American entrepreneurs. Mr. Chairman, in New York City, we're undergoing a tech revolution. I was listening to what Mr. Neal talked about, Cambridge. On Roosevelt Island in Queens, or just off Queens, maybe the dispute as to who owns Roosevelt Island, whether it's Manhattan or Queens, but there's no question that we'll both benefit from what's the activity that's taking place on that island, anchored by a partnership between Cornell University and Israel's Technion University. They're in the process of creating a new high-tech corridor in New York City. This project will help further diversify the city's economy and bring hundreds of and thousands of new businesses and thousands of new jobs to Queens, to Brooklyn, to Manhattan, and diversify the employment base of New York City. As Mr. Neal pointed out in his opening statement, many of these new high-tech startups are not profitable in their first few years. So while they are on the cutting edge of research and development, they are ineligible for the research and development tax credit. They have no profits to show for that. This amendment changes the ballgame by allowing these small startups to claim the R&D tax credit not on their income taxes paid, but on the first $250,000 paid in unemployment taxes. This will truly help small businesses access the credit to innovate and create new jobs here in America. But again, recognizing that every time we cut taxes or spend revenue, we are using our constituents' tax dollars. We also prohibit these tax breaks, as Mr. Neal indicated, from going to companies who send American jobs overseas through inversion. Just as middle-class families shouldn't subsidize tax breaks for the wealthy, Americans' taxpayers should not be subsidizing tax breaks for companies who are sending their jobs and American jobs overseas. American companies should be encouraged to export goods and not jobs. In the name of ensuring this research and development tax break truly helps the innovators, the entrepreneurs of our economy, while investing in jobs here in the U.S., I would urge all my colleagues to support the amendment that I'm offering on behalf of Mr. Neal to expand the base bill. And with that, I'll yield the balance of my time. Yield the balance of my time.
Yield, okay.
Yeah, not withdraw the amendment. I'm yielding the balance of time.
Okay, does anybody seek recognition on the gentleman's amendment? Mr. Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the sincerity of my friend from New York. This R&D tax credit and making permanent really is about certainty for innovators. You know, doing this at the last minute, at the end of the year, our innovators don't make the type of investment that actually creates jobs and keeps America at the forefront. We know we're going to extend it. You know, this is about honest scorekeeping. We know we're going to extend it next year for $8 billion, and the year after that for $11 billion, and the year after that for $13 billion. We know that. And let's be honest about it. Making it permanent costs no difference than making it temporarily year for year. But the key point is this is about removing the asterisk from this temporary provision, recognizing it really is a permanent provision, so Chairman Ryan can advance in this committee pro-growth tax reform. That is the key. And I think the intent, the very punishing intent of the amendment starts on page 8. This is really about singling out certain companies and ensuring they don't invest in the United States of America. Think about what this bill is all about. It's about investment in R&D here in the United States. U.S. companies, foreign companies, intergalactic companies. It is about investing in R&D in the United States. And what this amendment does is single out some who just politically some people don't like. They followed the law here in the United States and overseas. In fact, our broken tax code may well have played a role in forcing them overseas. So why are we singling them out? And I would say that if you want to see more outsourcing of research and development out of America and into foreign countries, this is the amendment for you. And I think it hurts college graduates. I think it hurts the middle class and hurts our economy. So I don't think the intent of the amendment was to kill this bill or to inject partisanship into I think, a proposal that all of us support, more R&D here in America, but I think that's the impact. And just full disclosure, there are substantive questions about the germaneness of the amendment. At the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, I'll insist on the point of order.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brady.
I will insist on point of order on the basis the amendment is not germane.
Why don't you strike the last word later? We're in the middle of striking this down. Okay. He didn't raise his hand. We'll do that later. Okay. Does the gentleman from Texas wish to make a point of order?
I do, sir. I insist on
the gentleman will state his point of order.
You know, my objection is that the amendment is not germane to the underlying bill, the amendment.
Okay, the gentleman yields back the balance of his time, insists upon his point of order. Are there any members who wish to be heard on the point of order?
I appeal.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Is the chairman ready to?
I am ready, but if the gentleman wants to be heard on the point of order, the gentleman's recognized.
I'm prepared to appeal the ruling of the chair, assuming that you're going to be.
Not yet. The chair is prepared to rule. The amendment is not germane to the amendment in the nature of a substitute because it violates House Rule 16, Clause 7, requiring germaneness by addressing matters outside of the scope of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The point of order is sustained. The amendment is not in order.
Mr. Chairman, I would appeal the ruling of the chair.
And Mr. Chairman, I move to table the appeal.
The motion to table is not debatable. The question is, shall the committee table the appeal of the ruling of the chair? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the motion to table is agreed to.
I had the mic on purpose.
And the gentleman.
I call for a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman call for a roll call vote? Roll call vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson.
I got it. Aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Brady. Aye. Mr. Brady, aye. Mr. Nunez.
This is tabling.
Mr. Nunez, aye. Mr. Teaberry. Aye. Mr. Teaberry, aye. Mr. Reichert. Aye. Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Bustani. Aye. Mr. Bustani, aye. Mr. Roscom. Aye. Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Buchanan. Aye. Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Aye. Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Schock. Mr. Schock, aye. Ms. Jenkins. Aye. Ms. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Paulson. Aye. Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant. Aye. Mr. Marchant, aye. Ms. Black. Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed. Aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Young. Aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kelly. Aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Renacci. Mr. Renacci, aye. Mr. Meehan. Mr. Meehan, aye. Ms. Nome. Ms. Nome, aye. Mr. Holding. Aye. Mr. Holding, aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri. Aye. Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Levin. No. Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Rangel. No. Mr. Rangel, no. Mr. McDermott. No. Mr. McDermott, no. Mr. Lewis. No. Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Neal. Mr. Becerra. Mr. Doggett. No. Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson. No. Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Kind. No. Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell. No. Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Crowley. No. Mr. Crowley, no. Mr. Davis. No. Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez. Mr. Price. Mr. Neal. Mr. Becerra. Mr. Blumenauer. Ms. Sanchez. Chairman Ryan. Chairman Ryan, aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
23 ayes, 11 nays.
There being 23 ayes and 11 noes, the motion to table is agreed to, the point of order is sustained, and the amendment falls. Are there further amendments to the bill? And if not, it is in order for members to strike the last word if they so choose to do so at this time.
Mr. Chairman?
So no further amendments. I have Mr. Doggett, then Mr. Larson's the way I was told.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that making the research credit permanent has really become an article of faith for both parties over the course of a number of years. I certainly support a permanent research and experimentation credit for innovative work. For decades, the question has not been whether to have such a credit. The question has been how do we pay for it, and how do we ensure that the credit is focused in a way that will actually encourage more jobs, more economic development with desirable research that would not otherwise happen if we did not have this credit. Today's action fails to consider either of these questions. First of all, this is a bill that simply asks, the chairman and the Republican members of this committee are asking the American people, may we have permission to borrow $181.6 billion. And it is part of a package today in this committee. They are asking the American people, may we borrow an additional $224.5 billion. And then if you add in the bills that they would approve on the floor today, our Republican colleagues are asking the American people, may we have your approval to borrow $317.5 billion. That's what's at stake here. And so when you borrow that much money, it needs to be for good purpose. A few moments ago, I think it's the first time that it's really been voiced in this committee by Mr. Brady, a very important point. Because the goal here is not only to borrow all this money now, but if you get off the table and give some of the largest corporations in the world the tax benefits of this credit and others, then it'll be easier to give them even more in a corporate tax break package that is proposed for later in the year. So it's about giving to them now. You really do get more than your cake and eat it too. Give them breaks now and then give them more later. Surely we don't need any more research to know that this whole approach of borrowing money to provide more tax breaks to those who are already advantaged, we don't need any more research to know that that is irresponsible. Meanwhile, the research and development tax credit is only one part of research in this country. Every week, we have someone coming to Washington on behalf of Alzheimer's, our diabetes, our Parkinson's, our multiple sclerosis, our ALS, or any number of other diseases, and they're saying to us, please help us find a cure before I get it, or before my family member dies of it. And yet the budget for the National Institutes of Health has declined by nearly 23% since 2003, and by about 10% since 2010. Under the across-the-board sequestration cuts, we're about to see it cut again. At the same time that we are cutting research, our Asian competitors are increasing their research budgets. So this is not only about protecting family members and neighbors from the threat of dread diseases, it's about our competitiveness. It's about job creation for the future. And job creation for the future requires more than just a research and development credit to get the job done. In fact, it is very tied in with Mr. Crowley's comments about inverted corporations. Some of the same companies that are using the research and development credit that would be made permanent today are doing joint ventures and licensing their patents and their copyrights and the like abroad, and they actually put them off in tax havens, and the profits that they derive in significant measure end up being totally untaxed. So I think we need to approve a responsible credit that will be focused on encouraging innovation. This is not it, and borrowing a total through today's bills of $317.5 additional billion is the wrong way to go. It means we will squeeze out necessary research for healthcare and for technology, a wide range of other research, and the American people and our competitiveness will come out behind instead of ahead. So I urge rejection of this proposal. I yield back.
Somebody yields back. Does anybody else wish to strike the last word? I think I have Mr. Larson in the queue. Mr. Larson's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me start by commending Mr. Brady, who I've had the great opportunity to work alongside with on promoting what I think is nearly unanimous, if not unanimous, in this committee about the necessity and the need for research and development tax credits. And I think it was best stated by Mr. Neal, but this is a classic cart before the horse move. And it's given the dedication of the people on this committee and given the process that we went through with Chairman Camp and how we were able to come together from a policy perspective on so many issues, I think that's what's disturbing to our side. And then even for someone like myself who strongly believes in research and development tax credits and sees within him probably one of the key components of job creation and creating the stability and certainty that we need for the future, all the more disturbing when we're nearly in complete agreement that we can't come together on this issue, that again we're putting the cart before the horse. Now I get the politics of it, but I think the American people are tired of the politics of this, and we really do need to focus. And I'm sure this will be coming back to us in some form or another based on everything that we've heard today in this discussion. The necessity for this is clear. It's obvious. I intend to vote with deep regret against this because I do feel that there is an incredible opportunity for us here to seize, and we should act upon it as accordingly as we go through what I know the chairman is dedicated to in regular order, and do so in a manner that we don't give up on tax reform, that we do focus on what the big picture is, and that we do provide the certainty that is required for research, development, taxation to occur. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Mr. Pasquarello.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman, move to strike last word.
Yes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you made some remarks on entree this morning. You criticized the president for actually putting in the budget and then dropping back concerning hurting college plans for people throughout the country. Can I ask, is it in order for me to ask the guest today a question on? Thank you.
I believe that is in
Mr.
order.
Bartha.
The gentleman wants to direct a question pertaining to the substance of the bill.
Of course.
To the Joint Committee on Taxation. Yes.
This is the first bill we voted on, 529, is actually new policy. Is it not, Mr. Barthorn? In the form that it was presented to us.
HR 529 had three components, one of which was basically restarted provisions of law that were in effect in 2009, 2010 relating to computer technology, but the other two changes on recontributions and on the treatment of distributions.
So what we're doing here is voting on new policy without new money. Is that right, Mr. Barthorn? These are not offset. Is that correct?
Each of the bills before the committee today, we estimated to have a net revenue loss, Mr. Pasquarello.
So it's not paid for. Well, then it goes into the general budget, obviously, because it's got to be paid for, whatever you do, correct?
It'll be reduced receipts.
Well, who pays for that?
It depends on the rest of the fiscal decisions that the Congress chooses to make, Mr. Pascrell.
Well, we've made the decision that the bill passes and the Senate and the president signs it. Somebody's got to pay the bill. The bill comes due, as Jackie Gleason says. You can pass it around the table as much as you want. It's going to come back to one of the people at the table. Who pays for it?
General Yield, that is not for the Joint Committee on Taxation.
Mr. Chairman, who pays for it? I ask you.
No, your question is directed to him, and I would say direct appropriate questions to the
May I direct the
staff of
question
the
to you,
Joint Committee on
sir?
Taxation.
May I direct the question to you?
I'll address this in my remarks. Does the gentleman want to continue to move, strike last word and ask appropriate questions of the JCT?
Okay, I'll yield to Mr. Barthard.
Does the gentleman want to ask an appropriate question of the
That's
JCT?
the question. That is not an appropriate question to know who's going to pay for this new policy?
The gentleman doesn't, he has already said he doesn't have the answer to that question, so does the gentleman have an additional question?
In conclusion, then, Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, what we have here is very disingenuous. I mean, it's been a very civil discussion today. Good feelings on both sides. That's good. That's an advancement for mankind. But on the other hand, we got to know who's going to pay the bill eventually. So I would contend that your remarks in the very beginning of your presentation, which is very direct, understandable, meaningful, but I would contend that your remarks are disingenuous in terms of who really pays for this stuff, and that it doesn't just disappear. And we can go back to all the work that we did last year, close to $900 billion adding on to debts and deficits firsthand. So I think what it comes down to is this. We may want the same objective, but we want to pay for it. We want to find some way to pay for it. And as I conclude, let me say this. I don't think you want to pay for it, not you personally. I don't think your side wants to pay for it. And it only gets worse then. So we concern ourselves with deficits when we're adding to the debt, the long-range debt. That does not make sense, and it really reflects some hypocrisy here. And I think we're beyond that. I think I respect the intellect on the other side of the aisle, but it doesn't make sense if we're banging the drum about smaller government, which we do have, by the way, in the past 6 years. We certainly have less personnel. It doesn't make sense that for some things we're willing to put this onto our grandkids and our children and our grandchildren, but we can't do it on this stuff. It doesn't make sense, and I'm sure you have a good explanation for it, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
There being no other members wishing to strike the last word, the gentleman recognized the ranking member, Mr. Levin.
Thank you. I guess, Mr. Chairman, you and I are going to wrap this up. You and I debated this before the Rules Committee for 45 minutes.
And we'll have the opportunity to do that again.
Well, we're going to be debating all this basic issue on the floor within a couple of hours. So let me just say a few things. I was a co-sponsor of R&D years ago with Dave Camp. So there's no question about its importance. But this isn't any way to deal with this issue. Actually, this proposal would change present R&D. We should be discussing that. There's some talk about certainty. Let me just say, the only certainty on this bill is that this bill will never become law. The President said last time on this bill he would veto it, and the veto will be sustained. So all of the talk about the need to provide taxpayers certainty is fallacious. This bill is not going anywhere. It's really the opposite of tax reform, as we've said. To do these piecemeal is antithetical. Chairman Camp, to his credit, took all of this into account. Over in the Senate, they've said they're not going to take up these separate bills until they take a crack at tax reform. That's what we should be doing. And to show how, I think, perilous it is to take these up separately is just a few minutes ago we passed a bill that on a proposal that was repealed in Chairman Camp's bill, I think mistakenly, sales tax, and which our chairman said he wanted to eliminate. So we should be taking these things together. It's also fiscally irresponsible. Last year we did, was it $800 billion worth of fiscal irresponsibility? And we have your quotes about fiscal responsibility, and I won't refer to them, because my purpose is not to embarrass anybody. It's really the opposite. It's really to try to get us down to seriousness about tax reform and these overall issues. Look, bipartisanship is important. Why are we starting with several bills where we know there'll be no bipartisanship in this committee, and it will be a matter of heated debate on the floor? And if it ever came to the Senate, they said they would not take it up before tax reform, and the president has said he would veto it. So you're sending the wrong signal at the wrong time. That's what you're doing here. And so you may proceed, and the chairman may talk about reasons to do this, and we had some discussion of the issue of the base in the Rules Committee, and I'm prepared to answer that. And I think the inconsistent use of the base by the Republican Party. But the main point I want to make is that this is the wrong way to proceed. It's antithetical to tax reform. It's antithetical to bipartisanship. And we shouldn't be doing this. You bet.
Gentleman yields back. I will yield myself. I will move to strike the last word to try and summarize all of this. I appreciate the comments. I want to answer what Mr. Rangel asked about, what the ranking member asked about, and make a couple of observations. Number one, I've heard, first of all, I think this last session under Chairman Camp was a very valuable session. I think it was very productive, and I would think it was a fantastic exercise that everybody went through, looking through the code, getting joint tax to do the work on the code, building the so-called camp draft. And it's been said, and then he rolled out the extenders after tax reform had failed. Well, exactly. It failed last time. So why do we want to repeat the same exercise this time when the last time we tried it that way failed? That's one, I think, notable point. Second, here's what we're trying to do. We can talk about making sausage all day long, and I actually make sausage. It's actually very pleasurable. It's my hobby. Real sausage. It is good sausage. You've had some. But in the sausage making, we're losing sight of the fact that who we're fighting for. We are fighting for people to go back to work. We are fighting to get people out of this income stagnation that we have had. We are fighting for not accepting this subpar economic growth. We're fighting to get people back to work, to grow this economy, to improve take-home pay, and to give businesses as many incentives as we can to get those people back to work. That's what this is all about. That's the big point. But on to the point about why do this now, do this later. You know, here's, I guess, how I see it. And there is a baseline point I want to get into. Mr. McDermott said it right. He said, I'm not going to vote for this bill, and correct me if I got it wrong, but at the end of the year, I'll vote for the one-year extension. And that's what we do every year. So I guess it's okay to, quote-unquote, not pay for these things if we do it 1 year at a time. These days, we're doing it 1 year at a time retroactively. What does that do to grow the economy? What does that do to help businesses? So it's okay that we all agree these are good things. It's okay that we agree that businesses should have these things and individuals should donate to charities and 529s are good, but not if they can plan for it. I just see that as an absolutely ridiculous premise. And so making these things permanent that are provisions that we agree upon early in the year so that businesses and individuals and families can appropriately plan is good for the economy. Last year, we didn't do this until December 11th. So all these people in America had to wait until December 11th to make decisions before December 31st. That holds the economy back. That injects uncertainty. Now, the whole premise of pay for, I think we're just not going to agree on. And let me see if I can just give you our perspective of this premise and why I think doing this actually helps tax reform. I wouldn't do this if I thought it would set tax reform back. I actually believe that this facilitates tax reform. And here's my point. These things are in the code, have been there for a long time. We agree on them, and therefore we're making them permanent, which gets them out of the way so that we can go focus on tax reform. And on the baseline, it's honest. We're just being truthful about what is going to be in the code. Instead of just 1 year kick the can every single year, injecting uncertainty, but not quote-unquote paying for it, that's supposed to be okay. But when we make it permanent and acknowledge reality, acknowledge we're going to do this every year, and not quote-unquote pay for it, that's somehow wrong or a deficit buster. Whose money is this in the first place? It's not the government's money, it's the people's money. And I think that's where we have a bit of a premise difference. And I would, I suppose, appreciate the label of hypocrisy if it was being applied consistently. And it's not in this case. And my case in point is this. During the stimulus debate, we had Larry Summers come here and testify, and he said, these three provisions, among other things in the stimulus bill, are meant to be targeted, they're meant to be timely, and they're meant to be temporary. Temporary tax credits in the stimulus debate. The minority wants to make them permanent. Perfectly reasonable position. But the consensus then, when they were drafted, not when, say, state and local was drafted or R&D was drafted, but the consensus when the temporary things were drafted were that they were temporary. Well, the administration, the minority, has it in their budget as permanent and not paid for. So I see selective judgment here. I see temporary provisions which do not have bipartisan support on being permanent, being made permanent in the tax code and not being paid for. So I see cherry picking going on. So I think that the label of hypocrisy could be spread all around. We're trying to be consistent in what are the things that we have bipartisan agreement on, policies. What are the things that we have a tradition of continuing? With state and local, it's just parity. I think these things are part of tax reform, but that's parity for those 7 states to have parity with the other 43 states. R&E, the gentleman correctly mentions that there's a policy change. It was recently changed, but it's a dated program that needs to be updated to reflect the 21st century, and it's doing that. But we have bipartisan consensus on this. The point I would make is if we sit back and just wait and view bipartisanship as whatever the other party wants, we do, or wait until see what the U.S. Senate wants to do, and that's bipartisanship, that is not the kind of role we should be playing in this committee. We should be leading. We should be setting the tone. We should be setting the tempo. And the tempo is, businesses, we want you to know that you can invest and bring people back to work. People, families, individuals, we want you to know that you don't have to wait until the end of the year to see what it's going to look like. We want you to be able to plan effectively for the future because we think that's good for economic growth. Oh, and tax reformers, we want you to know that these things that consume so much of our time, we're going to get those out of the way. We're going to have a baseline that's more accurate and truthful, which will make it easier to actually write tax reform. That is our perspective. I don't necessarily believe that you'll agree with that perspective, but it is really a belief that we think that this helps facilitate tax reform. I'd be happy to yield to the gentleman from New York.
What you're saying is that at the end of the day, we would already have decided the priority of the tax writing committee so that if and when we get to tax reform, we would not have to go over this again. Now, I know everybody's concerned with the increase of our debt. If in doing these things, and increasing the cost, and we don't reach tax reform for whatever reason, and no matter how sincere you are, don't we create a fiscal nightmare unless at the same time we can find loopholes, notwithstanding the fact that we want to give assistance to corporations overseas? I don't understand that at all, but I know you're sincere in what you're saying.
Yeah.
But all of us would want to have a code to invite our American companies back here.
Okay.
Okay?
So
Wouldn't it make sense that while we are reforming the code as we go along, making things permanent, that we would find these gigantic loopholes that nobody can explain back home and put these up so that there's some balance here to get that out the way at the same time?
Okay, reclaiming my time. I find that a very sincere and legitimate perspective. It's one that we don't share, and the reason is, number one, let's just say tax reform doesn't happen. We go to the end of the year. We know we're going to extend these things for as long as we can without raising taxes elsewhere. There was an agreement between Senator Reid and Mr. Camp the last December to make these permanent. So I think there's bipartisan support to do such things. But here's the other point that where we just don't see eye to eye. You say take loopholes, close them to make these permanent. We say don't raise taxes on other hardworking Americans just to keep them exactly where they are today for everybody else. It's a different perspective. But that's what we say.
I didn't say that.
But no, you're saying you close loopholes for these bills. What you also do is you take away that fiscal space. You take away those loopholes for then tax reform. So that's the other point.
I'm not talking about loopholes. Because loopholes means, yes, I'm not talking about now I'm talking about tax incentive that make no darn sense at all, and we know it doesn't make sense. It's embarrassing to us as members of Congress and the Tax Writing Committee to have incentives there that made sense when we had them that make them now.
So I'm going to reclaim my time. I'm not going to keep yielding because I want to get going here. Loopholes are in the code that need to go out of the code. Those loopholes that we're going to take out of the code need to go into tax reform so that we can get tax reform. And we do not believe that if we want to keep taxes where they are for people right now, that we need to raise them on other people to keep them where they are for everybody else. It's just a premise difference. And so looking at it from this perspective, I hope you can see that we believe that these actions we are taking not only facilitates tax reform, makes it easier to do tax reform, makes it more intelligent to do tax reform, more honest to do tax reform, and we also believe that there is bipartisan support. The last point I'll make is these bills have been voted on before, and Democrats voted for them. Democrats voted for them in the floor. A Democrat, I think, voted for one of these last year in committee. And the Democrats, we do know for a fact, want these to be brought up in the Senate. So this is one of those issues where we're just going to have a good civil debate where we'll agree to disagree. But members need to know that this committee is fully intending on moving forward on tax reform, finding the common ground where it lies, if it's there, while chewing gum and walking at the same time, and most importantly, giving families and individuals and businesses some runway, some certainty, some ability to plan, some ability to invest so that they can create jobs, so we can get out of this economic malaise of subpar growth. With that, before I call for a vote, I want to ask unanimous consent for the clerk to redesignate the Neal Amendment as the Crowley Amendment. And since there are no further amendments, the question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of substitute as amended, in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Johnson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 880 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed by saying no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. Roll call vote is requested.
Because we very much disagree, including with your description of the base.
Gotcha.
We're asking for a roll call.
Roll call vote is requested. Clerk will call the vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Brady? Aye. Mr. Brady, aye. Mr. Nunez? Aye. Mr. Nunez, aye. Mr. Teaberry? Aye. Mr. Teaberry, aye. Mr. Reichert? Yeah. Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Bustani? Aye. Mr. Bustani, aye. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Price? Aye. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Schock? Mr. Schock, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, aye. Ms. Black? Aye. Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, aye. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, aye. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, aye. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Rangel? Mr. Rangel, no. Mr. McDermott? Mr. McDermott, no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Becerra? Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Crowley? No. Mr. Crowley, no. Mr. Davis? No. Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Young? Mr. Neal? Mr. Becerra? Mr. Pascrell? No. Mr. Pascrell, no. Ms. Sanchez? Chairman Ryan? Aye. Chairman Ryan, aye.
Thanks. Clerk will report the vote.
23 ayes, 12 noes.
There being 23 ayes, 12 noes, the amendment is agreed to. H.R. 880, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill, and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk's supplemental, additional, and dissenting views. There being no further business before the committee stands adjourned.